music. We will be ready to go here shortly. Just check out a few things here. So some of your top gainers in the market. Actually, we'll do the unusual volume check first. Let's just see if there's anything that I'm observing. ALLR up 105%, relative volume 148, volume right now 64, market cap's pretty thin. Stakeholder foods up 22.67, that's a little bit of a bigger market cap that we could trade. Ticker STKH. Penny stock gapping up. Still over 1.27 billion market cap. A little light though on the volume front. Let's see what else we got. Let's see. IVD. Not doing too much there. Robo AI, ticker AIIO. AIIO. I don't know why that's not coming up. Coming up right now. It's PACK. Pump and dumper. Some volume coming back into the 2x Ether ETF. Nvidia, Rigetti. Let's look at RGTI. That's gapping down a little bit. What you got? SATS. Let's see what that is. These are some of your top losers. HubSpot, HCA, Range India, Ehang Holdings, Utu. Utu real quick. Some positive price action in DJT this morning. That's gapping up. Really having some promising drug announcement. Here top line results from phase 3 ATTAIN-2 trial evaluating their oral drug in adults with obesity. In the trial, all 3 doses of orfo met the primary and all key secondary endpoints, delivering significant weight loss and meaningful A1C reductions and improvements in cardiometabolic risk. So Lilly this morning catching a significant bid after it saw a pretty decent decline yesterday, right back up pretty much to the highs. Quite interesting. Just looking at some unusual volume now again. Not seeing too much. ALLR seeing some heavy volume off of this gap up. That's crazy. IVVD up 84%, also seeing about 65 million in volume. Probably going to trade its whole float today. Firefly Neuroscience, that's pretty small. Those are microcaps. What's this IVVD? Let's just check it out. Gapping up. Nothing to do there. OPAD. Jeez, stocks are crazy. So Rigetti's got quite a bit of volume today. Definitely a lot of volume on Rigetti. So Rigetti's sitting right on that 50-day moving average. The last few times it's been bought up there, and we are seeing heavy volume today. It's down right now a little bit. Interesting. We'll keep that one on watch. Still giving us higher highs. But maybe we need to go a little bit lower to that daily 200. We will watch that. Open seeing some slight positivity after it saw a huge fall yesterday. Trading already over 13 million shares there. Ether ETF, ETHU seeing quite a big bid. Let's discuss Ethereum real quick. So you can see Ethereum is bouncing off of its 20-day moving average, sandwiched between the 7 and 20. So the bulls want to recapture that 7-day to take control of the shorter term trend. The bears want to keep it under that, form a flag pattern for another leg lower. We'll see what happens here if we look at Bitcoin. Whoops. Bitcoin's not bouncing as firmly as Ethereum. Obviously, the treasury hype is keeping a little bit elevated. And then that total crypto market cap is obviously on watch for a bit of a potential continuation down leg if that head and shoulders triggers. So Tesla right now trading just under 1 million shares. The pre-market still bolstering a 1.1 trillion market cap. Nvidia's got some volume in the pre-market. Obviously, Nvidia's earnings tomorrow, so we'll have to keep that one on watch for sure this morning, and we'll see whether or not Nvidia wants to go through any sort of a dip into its earnings. It's staying pretty elevated, which is telling us that the street is expecting a pretty good print. So if we look at Nvidia's daily chart, still above all of its key moving averages. The interesting thing about Nvidia is it didn't sell off yesterday as the market sold off. It was the one strong stock of the day. So I find that pretty interesting. All right, let's go through some of the usual stocks here, other things that I'm observing in the pre-market. We're seeing a lot of the apparel stocks doing quite well today. So DJT's pumping. Columbia. VFC breaking to the high side, looking really, really good there. Allstate, that's under a little bit of pressure this morning. Let's look at Manpower, MAN. Not doing too much there. Key Corp. XPEV, another day where XPEV is gapping to the high side, guys. Pretty amazing moves in some of these names. They're pretty remarkable. These China stocks, when they get going, they are strong. So very good move for XPEV. You do have some China ADRs reporting earnings today. Joy is one of them that's gapping down slightly. We had some Canadian financials report earnings. You got Okta, MongoDB. Interesting. Got PVH. TRS, nothing there. Let's look at Generac. It's down slightly this morning. Getting a little choppy up here for Robinhood. It's certainly getting a potential bearish cross of the 7 and 20. Hasn't happened yet, but looking very likely. AMD, strong move for AMD this morning, gapping up $5 on the session. UNH is mixed. HIMS is seeing a little bit of strength this morning. SMR trying to continue its vertical ascent. Had a really good day yesterday. Palantir continuing to show a little bit of distribution. So still sitting right on that volume shelf. Big level for Palantir. SMCI slightly green. Let's look at the TAN ETF. TAN ETF coming under a little bit of pressure. Enphase slightly green this morning. First Solar looking a little bit choppy, but flat this morning. This morning you do have the Dixie slightly weak, gold positive on the tape. So the Dixie is giving back a lot of that rally from yesterday, but it's trying to hold that daily chart 7 moving average, and it is trying to form a little bit of a potential double bottom here. Is this a W pattern to go higher? We will certainly find out. Crude oil this morning is trying to catch a little bit of a bid off of the lows, but it had a pretty sharp fall into the back half of yesterday, and then really in the futures market this morning had a really good fall. So that's actually helpful for the S&P 500 right now. Crude is getting very choppy. It pierced the 20, getting rejected again. We'll may need to let the 7-day catch up. We will certainly find out. Let's look at natural gas and some other commodities. So natural gas is just trying to carve out a little bit of a weekly chart bottom here. Still oversold. I still like nat gas for a push higher. I think that this is potentially an inverse head and shoulders building. You can see you're trying to break out here on your hourly chart. So some heavy volume in this region for nat gas. It's still in a technical downtrend, so just keep that in mind, but it is trying to break out of this inverse head and shoulders, and one could argue it's broken out on the hourly chart. Again, you could chop here for a few more hours, but nat gas has triggered on the hourly chart a bit of an inverse head and shoulders as long as you stay above that neckline. So you could still retest lower and float on this lower boundary trend line, but it has broken out to the upside. Gold still staying remarkably strong, holding near the highs. It had a little bit of a wick breakout, getting slapped right back down, not quite ready just yet for gold. SPY right now slightly negative. Qs right now slightly negative. Qs are underperforming SPY in the pre-market. IWM is green. Nvidia is green, up 0.42. Microsoft basically flat to negative in the pre-market. Google taking a little bit of a breather from its really strong session yesterday. Meta is slightly negative in the pre-market. Amazon is slightly negative in the pre-market. So looking at Meta's chart here, Meta's actually got a little bit of a bearish cross of the 7 and 20. So if you get a little bit of a peekaboo breakout, it is a short. But obviously piling into the short side of the trade ahead of Nvidia earnings is obviously a very risky thing, because they could gap this market up tomorrow if the earnings come in decent, or at least if the reaction is decent. Let's look at XYZ. XYZ still holding technical structure. AI. AI is still coming under a little bit of pressure this morning. Scrolling through, seeing if there's any other opportunities here. Big movers on my master list. A little bit of momentum in the cannabis names. NIO guys, right back to the highs. You can see another strong EV ADR just pushing right back up, following a little bit of momentum there. Interestingly enough, when we look at, say, the 2-year yield this morning, it is down, negative on the tape. Your 10-year yield is actually green on the tape, trying to float and grind. But what I'm seeing here is the US 20 and 30-year yield are much more elevated. So the far end of the curve, your 20 and 30 are doing quite better. They're actually a little bit more firm right now. Intel slightly green. Silver is slightly negative. So perhaps gold's going to go negative today as well. Let's look at some of those other speculative names. AEO, not doing much. ANF, not doing much. KSS, not doing much. A really good bid in some of your space stocks here. ASTS and Rocket Labs are seeing some volume accumulation today. So ASTS gapping up to the high side here, testing this previous reversal pivot zone. Chart's not looking bad. Above the key daily moving average. This one looks like it could go to gap fill. You've certainly got that potential. RSI on the daily has had a nice reset. You still got momentum on the weekly RSI. So ASTS is not looking too bad at all, guys. Wow. Yeah, it's looking pretty good actually. Rocket Labs, another one that's just building this massive bull flag pattern. Ton of momentum on the daily and weekly chart as well. Wow. Let's see if there's any high short interest names moving today. So Saba Sciences is slightly green in the pre-market, not much there. Carvana is green, CVNA slightly green, also looking like a little bit of momentum is starting to creep into the charts. Wow, look at Goose this morning. Canada Goose, in preparation for the winter, people are buying their Goose jackets. Pushing to the upside here on Canada Goose. And you're seeing a lot of these retail stocks doing quite well. IONQ, that name's not doing too much. IBRX, so Community Bio, that's catching a bit of a gap up this morning. Very depressed down here. Again, very risky, up about just over 6%. AAOI, Applied Optoelectrics, that's doing quite well. HOLO. That's a big gap up. But really your DJT is catching a nice bid. That one's certainly moving. Certainly moving this morning. Let's look at Chewy, CHWY. Chewy, I wish I had bought down here. I mean, I was eyeing that up and never ever pulled the trigger. Pretty crazy. Stunning move yesterday, backing and filling a little bit today. This stock Dragonfly looks poised, guys. This one looks like it's gonna have another leg higher to about $8. So there could be 100% swing trade here on DPRO. Um, chart patterns not looking bad at all on DPRO. Keep this one on watch because it could be a mover today. It's a lower priced equity, a lower market cap as well. So just keep that in mind. But I'm watching it closely because I think there is a trade setup here on the long side. All right, we'll flip back to the indices here. We'll discuss a couple things. So obviously we had that last. Let me grab some more tea this morning. I'll be right back, and then we'll settle in for the opening, guys. So SPY saw that pretty sharp sell-off yesterday afternoon, fulfilling and piercing through that bearish target. We're not really trading at any support right now other than being oversold. 15-minute chart support is around 642.10, so you can see that there's potentially still a little bit lower to go on until you actually hit some technical support. Now, the only other support zone that I see on the S&P is that area there. So we'll see if the S&P wants to bounce off of this 15-minute EMA. There is a strong chance that we do. Very strong chance that we do off of a gap down. And then we'll see which area we want to retest. I would still prefer a retest of 640.20 here. That's your value area high. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. We'll see if we get that or not. But the larger time frame is still strong on the S&P, guys. We're still in an uptrend. Let's flip to the dual charts here. So we'll keep a SPY window open. So those open puts that we took yesterday on live stream absolutely printed. $5 puts are in the money. So we'll see if it wants to catch any sort of a bid today. AMD is obviously a strong horse. Better keep your eye on that name. All right, Dixie's still negative. Crude oil still negative. Nat gas still negative. 2-year yield down. 10-year yield flat. S&P opening up down slightly. IWM opening up positive. Let's get going here. Shaking and moving. Shaking and moving. So AMD is one of your stronger semiconductors, pushing to the upside this morning. We'll keep our eye, of course, on Donald Trump, DJT. We do have a bit of data mixed in the chart patterns today. All right, SPY tapping, piercing that EMA. Big pierce on SPY. Really big pierce. Open catching a bit. AMD strong. RR up 6%. Loose is green. SoFi, Neo strong. Open's trying to catch a decent bid here. Come on down, Open. SPY's trying to move. Getting alert on ticker RUN. RUN. What is happening there? RUN sweeping the highs, catching a bit of liquidity. Come on down, Open. SPY still looking heavy. Guys, I bought some DPRO. Just common shares. This one is starting to squeeze. I got filled at 4.43. 4.43. I mentioned this in the pre-market. Keep it on watch. I'm going to actually just hold this on the long side. Just common shares long on DPRO. But this name looks like it's probably going to try to retest the $8 area. So I'm just going to sit tight in some common shares. This is a little bit of a free play here. But we will come back to that in maybe a couple weeks. So I'm just parking a little bit of liquidity into that name. Nice bounce on VFC. Very strong bounce. S&P is trying to bounce firmly. Intel's under a little bit of pressure. Nvidia's still green. Open's trying to maintain some structure here. Marvell doing quite well. HIMS is up a couple percent. Boeing is catching some news. Look at that stick to the upside. Bang, bang. Korea buying some planes from Boeing. Open is seeing a really sizable bid to the upside here. AMD seeing some top wicks now, guys. DJT under a little bit of pressure. Crude oil trying to catch a small bid. NIO still up 6.4% on NIO. My oh my. Look at NIO. Pushing to the upside. XPEV acting well. Wow, XPEV is a beast right now. New highs on XPEV. Baba catching a bid. Let's look at Baidu. Baidu catching a small bid. IWM still trying to hold steady. S&P still trying to hold steady. Big bounce on SPY. SPY is now green on the tape. Getting a little bit more momentum hitting this market. NatGas still negative. Apple still negative. AMD still up 2.3. Microsoft struggling a little bit this morning. We're still seeing this market bouncing nicely. BBAI turning positive. SMR is still green. Crude oil still under pressure. Rigetti's now turned positive. RGTI. So a small initial bounce in the markets here on the S&P, but now you do have AMD starting to come in quite a little bit here, guys. AMD is seeing a little bit of distribution. NIO now up 10% on NIO. This is a absolute beast. Repeating a sweep of the potential highs. They're up 9%. That is filthy. OKLO gapping up to the high side, guys. We are riding the SMR call options, which are nicely in the money. $35 calls are still printing on SMR. That's a member trade. Look at this VFC, guys. Beautiful breakout. Beautiful breakout on VFC. I entered this yesterday with members, sent out the alert into the options group, and that is printing now to the upside. I love it. I love it. All right, open, still trying to hold its gains here, but a little bit of top wick distribution. S&P seeing a little bit of top wick distribution here, guys. Sandwich between your 1 year and your EMA 113 on the 10-minute chart. Nvidia is getting sold into at the highs. So is AMD. Little bit of profit taking. UNH still acting well. SOX is still green. Ethereum still up 2.5. AMD getting some top wicks, guys. HIMS has got a really big top wick. How's Oscar doing? Oscar's coming under pressure. That's negative on the tape. Carvana's back to the negative side. Seeing a little bit more distribution hitting this market today. Just a little bit more. DJT still up about 4.82%. So we're still seeing some decent strength in Donald Trump's ticker. Nvidia breaking down here, going now negative on the tape. Again, Nvidia does have earnings tomorrow, so perhaps there's going to be a little bit of de-risking in the semis this morning. Maybe that's why they're gapping up AMD. Maybe this gap up on AMD is a pure liquidity grab and chase and selling into this. Look at the S&P falling to the lows right now. AMD's looking real heavy. Nvidia looking pretty heavy at this point. AMD's looking like it's trying to gap and crack, in my opinion. So under a little bit of pressure. NIO still up 8%. Open still up 4.6. SoFi is green. Tesla's now gone negative. Ondas, ONDS up 4.5%. Palantir's down almost 1%. But look at Nvidia falling. Nvidia's under some pressure. Let's look at some larger time frames of support for Nvidia. Cluster of moving averages around 178. That would be the only interested area for myself that I would consider. Again, we do have some 10 a.m. data. The Russell is trying to perk up here. That's up 0.33% on the Russell. So a little bit of liquidity coming back into your small caps this morning. AMD still up 2%, but looking heavy here on AMD. Reversing, giving up at least half of its gains at the moment. Google and mega cap tech is coming under pressure right now. Your Qs are still underperforming. SPY's negative. Russell's positive. All mega caps are negative except for Microsoft. So you're seeing some very strong distribution in your mega cap tech names. SPY trying to catch another little bid here. You can see Nvidia's trying to hold steady. 10-minute chart support lies around 178.68 on Nvidia. AMD still looking heavy. IWM is pumping to the upside here, so a very large divergence between Qs and small caps today. Very large divergence. Snowflake doing quite well. Nvidia bouncing, AMD's bouncing, QQQ and SPY are bouncing here. Marvell trying to press to the upside again. OKTA has earnings today. We'll see what that name does. MongoDB has earnings today. We'll see what that name does. A little bit of a pullback. IWM still the strongest indice right now. IWM is off to the highs, near the highs. And I think what's happening in the Russell is you have your you have retail acting quite well this morning. Biotech's not doing too much here, but your regional banks, let's see what they're doing. They're under a little bit of pressure, so not too sure where most of the strength in the Russell is coming from. Look at this DPRO, guys. I think this one's going to squeeze to the high side. Daily chart pattern looks exceptionally bullish. Again, I did take a long position, just common shares long. SMCI is slightly green this morning. That name's trying to perk back up. Solar stocks are trying to catch a minor little bid. EMPH moving up. FSLR under a little bit of pressure. Let's look at Solar Edge. That's doing quite well. Ticker Run is back to the highs. I think there's a short trade on Run, but we'll see how this market wants to settle out. Let's flip back to DJT. DJT giving up a lot of those gains. AMD still going through a bit of distribution here. RGTI reversing to the upside here, guys. Looking much better. Pre-market it was under some heavy distribution, but chart pattern's not looking too bad right now. Tesla's gone flat. No trade for me. We're just chopping in a range here yet. I mean, I did take the one trade on DPRO, but that's more of a longer term swing buy. I'm just wanting to see how this market wants to settle out within the first 15 minutes, half hour. No need to rush into anything in my opinion, considering there's still a pretty decent range that we can trade. Friggin' big bounce on Open. Open pushing right back up. Now let's see if this turns into a head and shoulders on Open's chart. So Open having a really sizable bid back to the high side. I wouldn't be surprised if they take that one back to the negative side. AMD coming in a little bit more now, guys. AMD's looking pretty heavy. Looking pretty heavy. Dixie softening. Apple's getting smoked. Google's getting smoked this morning. Apple down 0.75%. Google down 0.83%. Meta down 0.46%. JP Morgan just flipped negative. Eli Lilly ripping. That's up 4%. Carvana's now gone negative. SPY big bounce. The Russell 2000 looking even stronger, going for 234. 234.30 is your prior day high on the Russell 2000. So things are certainly looking a little bit better. Bitcoin still trading slightly down under 110,000. Ethereum right now trying to hold 44.80. Big sell-off in Nvidia just happened. Nvidia just saw a huge wick back to the downside. I mean, look at that dump on the 1 minute chart. That was a nasty dump for Nvidia, guys. Really filthy decline. HIMS is still green. Carvana getting sold into. SPY, huge top wicks on SPY. We now have an opening 15-minute range to trade on SPY. We'll see which way this range wants to break. But Nvidia is still looking pretty heavy here. Snapchat, Marvell are green. GDX doing well. Open up 9%. VFC is doing well. DPRO doing quite well. IWM small caps are still leading the charge. Crude oil down 1.13. Nat gas down 1.38. Yields are soft on the short end of the curve, but firm on the long end of the curve. Lucid up 3.3. Quadruple U up 12.8. Tesla's flipped to the green side. Palantir's trying to firm up, but still slightly negative. AMD getting sold into from the highs, but still up 1.44%. Nvidia down slightly on the tape. NIO up 10.34%, guys. NIO is shooting to the upside here. Big sell-off on SPY. Big sell on SPY 5-minute chart. Nvidia is the heavy dead weight on the market. Take a look at that bad boy selling, now down 0.5%. and taking out the lows of the session on your 1-minute chart. You do have some 10-minute chart support approaching for Nvidia, but we will see if it wants to hold. Your QQQ NASDAQ market is coming under pressure because of your semiconductors getting sold into. Look at the absolute gap and crack that is happening in AMD. That is a filthy, filthy reversal. If we look at the SMH this morning, SMH under some pressure but still green. SOX under some pressure off the open but still green. QQQ is definitely leading this charge to the downside. Let's see where the Qs want to take us. I mean, that is a filthy decline. QQQ could fall all the way down. Wow, let me erase that channel and just bring up this key trend line that I'm observing. So QQQ could fall all the way down to 568 and change, guys. Keep your eye on that QQQ market, because if you take out this low, that is a bit of a problem in my opinion. SPY really coming in. QQQ still looking somewhat heavy here. Breaching really, really big support levels on your Qs. I'm just trying to see if there's any sort of a moving average coming up. 30-minute chart support. We'll see. Yeah, 30-minute chart support lies at 568.08, guys. We could be heading down to 568.08. Your 30-minute chart support. But obviously 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 consecutive 30-minute red candles down on the Qs. SPY did briefly pierce the lows, which dictates we may go lower, guys. We may go lower on SPY. SMCI is now turned red. A lot of stocks in the tech sector are giving up their gains. Tesla's still holding positive, but your mega cap tech is coming under pressure this morning. We are really seeing your XLK basket probably going to look to go lower. It's now negative. S&P getting absolutely slapped. IWM coming in now. So the market is looking much, much heavier purely because which stock is selling right now? Nvidia and Apple. Look at the decline in Apple, guys. Apple Dapple not looking too hot right now. It is certainly coming in hard. Let's look at that QQQ moving average to see where we're likely wanting to go. SPY piercing through 10-minute chart support. We are tagging 20-minute cluster of moving averages here on SPY, so there could be a bit of a bounce here. That would not surprise me. But Apple's still looking super, super heavy. Nvidia is still looking heavy. I mean, this is not looking too good right now for the overall equity market. We'll see if they want to give it a bit of a facelift here, but Apple and Nvidia are in full bear mode this morning. Full bear mode this morning for those two names. Come on, chop us down some more. Chop us down. I would look for a bounce on the Qs around this key cluster. This 568 Pierce, guys. 568 Pierce. I get a little bit more interested on the Qs. 568 Pierce. Tesla still holding technical structure. Google down 1.24%. That is fully bearish on the session. Microsoft down 0.3%. Apple almost down 1%. Amazon down 0.64%. JP Morgan's negative. Netflix negative. Coinbase negative. Carvana negative. Lily's still holding strong. Bitcoin got slapped back down 0.5% now. A little bit of a bounce trying to occur in your QQQ and S&P 500 market here. Big bounce off of your 20-minute EMA for your S&P. We will see if it wants to hold. Recapturing your 15-minute chart support. So a decent sized bounce off of that opening range low. This could be a very large liquidity sweep, but really, really sizable bid coming back into this equity market. Very decent bid in the Qs and the overall market. Bitcoin catching a nice bid. Starbucks rallying today on its pumpkin spice latte release. Enphase up 3, XPEP still up 7, BABA up 1. AMD still up 1.7, UNH catching a nice bid. That's back up about 1% on the session. Snapchat pushing a little bit, up 1%. BBAI is up 1. Palantir trying to go green. SMCI still struggling. Big bounce across the board in all equities. Nvidia is still looking somewhat heavy here, but trying to hold a bit of technical structure. Apple bouncing, Google bouncing. The whole QQQ market got a nice wick there. You can see the S&P got a really decent wick. We'll see if they want to take us a little bit lower, guys. Nvidia is still looking heavy here. I mean, you're coming into 10-minute chart support, but we'll see if investors want to de-risk. Again, the bigger support level for an intraday scalp long on Nvidia comes onto your hourly chart pattern. So that's what I'm looking at on Nvidia. If we get a flush, there's a cluster of moving averages on your hourly chart. You got your EMA 113, you got your 50, you got your 20. So previous consolidating, that's a nice cluster of support where I think they're going to try to target liquidity. So we'll certainly watch that this morning. Nvidia is your heavy stock this morning that is weighing in on the Qs. We'll see if they want to flush the Qs lower. And we do have some support levels that I'll trade, personally speaking, but a nice bounce. Apple still looking quite heavy here. Google looking quite heavy. Nat gas heavy. 10-year yield trying to firm up just a touch. The VIX is slightly green. IWM still up 0.5%, so leading the charge to the upside right now on the Russell. That name is still acting quite well. Big divergence. Still some pockets of strength in the market, but your mega cap tech minus Tesla are all red. Boeing still up 1.47%. What else we got shaking and moving? Enphase doing quite well today. AMD still up 1.7%. UNH trying to push even more for UNH. Starbucks still positive. VKTX under some pressure this morning. NIO still up 10% for NEO. What an absolute beast. Again, what's very interesting today, guys, is the long end interest rate, your US 30-year yield, your US 20-year yield. They are firmly green on the tape, up 0.64 and 0.78 respectively. Jets ETF catching a nice bid this morning on lower crude oil prices. Walmart's under pressure still. Intel slightly negative. Apple still not really bouncing here, but you are getting a bounce from Nvidia, which is helping the S&P and QQQ market. So we'll see if we want to get a little bit more selling here, but the Qs just went positive on the back of Nvidia, catching a really decent bounce. Lyft is down 1.3. Copper stocks are mixed. Uber's slightly green. Micron's up 1.14. Lululemon slightly green, up 0.5%. American Eagle still down 1% on the tape. Yep, semis are green right now, but we'll see. Be careful. I don't like the fact that we have Nvidia earnings and we're seeing some distribution off of the open here. Again, space stocks are doing quite well today, guys. ASTS breaking to the high side. Rocket Lab breaking to the high side. Take a look at this DPRO that we entered off of 443. This one just printing a new high of day again. This is a epic day trade that I'm already very profitable on, but I'm looking at this for a much bigger swing trade. I think DPRO is going to go back to this gap fill, and I have an $8 price target on watch for DPRO. The chart pattern is setting up for a potential next leg higher, inverse head and shoulders continuation move on your daily and weekly charts. So as much as the prudent thing to do would be to trim off of this strength, I'm looking for a much bigger move. So this stock could go negative. I'd be underwater, but again, that is a small swing trade long that I'll be watching closely. A little bit more sell side pressure hitting the S&P 500 here. Let's look at Nvidia. Nvidia is still trying to hold off of that 10-minute chart support. Apple right now still struggling immensely, guys. Excuse me. Very interesting price action across the board. VFC, $16 call. SPY's just trying to stabilize here. And a beautiful move today on VFC. Beautiful move. Our call options that we entered yesterday for January are already up about 40%. That's a nice swing trade alert in the options group. VFC breaking out. We literally entered yesterday at 1368. Bang, up 6.5%. Stunning, stunning moves. That's some really, really good trading there on that name. All right, let's flip back to NVIDIA here. Qs are still trying to stabilize. NVIDIA is still seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. We'll see if it wants to come in at all. We do have a little bit of economic data that is set to come out. Again, economic data is set to come out in 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes till economic data. But the real big thing tomorrow is what? NVIDIA. NVIDIA. What will happen to the big behemoth? All right, so we have consumer confidence in 1 minute, guys. That is a market moving data point. Consumer confidence. I'm going to watch the Dixie. We'll watch SPY. We'll put the Dixie up here. Dixie's trying to bounce a little bit. We'll keep SPY on watch. Forecast is 96.4%. Previous print was 97.2. Consumer confidence incoming. Let's see what we get for the volatility in the consumer confident front. SPY is still just flat, hanging in there. Qs are still holding steady here. "17 seconds. A nice stunning move on SMR, guys. A really good move on SMR. Alright, SPY's trying to catch some top wicks. I'm seeing some positive price creeping into SPY. Dixie's also trying to move a little bit. Dixie's trying to make a move here. So are the indices. Consumer confidence comes at 97.4 versus the 96, so it comes in hotter. Consumer confidence comes in hotter. It is slightly elevating yields and the dollar, guys. Hot print on consumer confidence. Beat. So 97.4 versus 96.4. That is a beat. So that's a good beat for the consumer confidence. Let's look at Joe. Wow, look at this JOBY, guys, spiking here. That is a crazy spike that just got sold into. I don't know what that's all about, but Joby's trying to make a move here, guys. That is a crazy spike up on JOBY. Let's look at Archer here, see if there's any sort of sympathy. No real sympathy there, but that was a filthy, filthy move. back to the high side for JOBY. All right, SPY, QQQ, IWM, all green. NVIDIA back to the green side. So we are seeing this market trying to firm up off of that consumer confidence. QQQ still running into a little bit of 10-minute chart resistance. Apple still looking very, very heavy right now. What the heck happened with Joby there? Looks like Joby might want to try to retarget that wick. I don't know if that's a real print, fake print, but that was a 5-6% spike in Joby. Apple still struggling at the lows here, trying to break its opening range low. Look at Apple selling off quite sharply here. Russell still acting quite well. Apple's now tagging a gap fill, hourly chart support. This is a big area for Apple. It needs to hold this or we run the risk of taking out the lows. AMD trying to bounce still. NVIDIA still trying to bounce. Snowflake doing quite well. SMR now up almost 5% on SMR, guys. That name is printing at the highs of the chart. Beautiful, beautiful move on SMR. That's a stunning. I'm looking at taking the rest of my profits out of SMR calls. I'm all out of my SMR $35 calls. Beautiful profit. Amazing profit on SMR. That was excellent. $35 calls printed. That is an options swing trade. I am all out on the final contract there. So just over 105%. But I'm all out of my SMR $35 calls for a nice gain there. Just over 100%. NVIDIA is still trying to firm up here. S&P still testing that opening range high. NVIDIA is still looking quite decent. Trying to firm up here. Again, so initial selling in the equity markets. We'll see if we get anything else in terms of selling. VKTX still under pressure. Palantir has turned green on the tape. SPY seeing a little bit more top wick distribution. A little bit more top wick distribution on SPY. NVIDIA trying to break out of this little 10-minute opening candle range. Again, open has had an extraordinary bounce back to the high side, but this is shaping up very similar to what happened in this move. I'm just going to take you through this previous little chart here, but where is that? All right, open. So just like we had here, had that big move, big reversal on a Monday, then it had a big bounce intraday. It retested on the daily chart It retested a pierce of the 50 moving average or 50% fib level, retested, and then it saw a reversal. So if we're shaping up for similar price action here, open is doing a retest, could hit the 50%, maybe a pierce to that level, and then we should see a continuation down move on open. So right now I think it's roping in some liquidity, and if it does that, open has a very large head and shoulders pattern on your 10-minute chart that hasn't triggered, but if you curl down here and break that neckline, I mean, it's got some lower price targets on watch for sure. But we will watch the broad market here. AMD still looking like it's going through a bit of distribution. Nvidia still trying to hold steady. We'll keep AMD on watch. Apple still looking extremely heavy. Google looking very, very heavy. SMCI gone back to the negative side. GDX up 1.33. BBAI up 1.7. Snowflake's green. Snap's green. Marvell's green. HIMS is up nicely. Ethereum is getting slightly faded here. So some distribution hitting the tape. Bitcoin's trying to go back to the positive side. BMNR almost back to the negative side under a little bit of pressure. Look at this OKLO up 9.76%. Uranium stocks were epic trades. We didn't trade Oklo, but we caught SMR for a lovely gain. But look at that move on uranium. What an epic reversal back to the high side. That is just crazy, crazy strong. Crazy strong. Let's look at PLTR. PLTR still trying to shake and move to the upside. All indices are still green. Your Russell 2000 is absolutely flying right now. Flying. SPY's still stuck in this opening range. Hasn't given us a break out or a breakdown. Market's just in a bit of a holding pattern. The Russell's still trying to push. QQQ trying to push. You have the Dixie DXY catching a little bit of a bid here, guys. Tesla back to the negative side. Intel getting slapped around here, down 1.22%. UUUU up 18. That's a monster. Open up 13. NIO up 10. Nvidia up a quarter. Lucid up 3.61. Apple trying to catch a bit of a bounce here. 225.54. IWM going for another high of day. Break here. SPY's trying to get a bit of a breakout out of that range. Snapchat moving up nicely. Nvidia firming up quite nicely here, guys. A little bit more broad participation in this market. We'll see if the Qs can break out of its opening range. Qs are still stuck under their OR high. You can see the little bit of a difference here. Both SPY and Qs are trying to break out. IWM still a monster. One-way freight train to the upside for your Russell 2000. Trying to squeeze for that gap. Bit of top wick distribution hitting the tape. Very large divergence. Nvidia is seeing some more sell side pressure. Tesla was strong, now it's negative, struggling. AMD looking a little bit weaker here. Still up 1.5, but somewhat heavy in my opinion. IWM, new high of day. Guys, TJX is almost to this gap fill where I'm going to be looking to cover that short. Those runners, all right? Let's look at UNH, still flagging sideways. CNC still flagging sideways. VRTX coming in just a touch here. Snapchat still range bound at the lows here. HURA still trying to make a push. SC still holding bullish technical structure. BBAI trying to bounce here. Still seeing some top wick distribution in the Qs. A little bit of sell side pressure coming into the Russell 2000. We'll see if that surmounts to anything. Russell getting slightly rejected off of its prior day high, just missing it. Dixie's trying to firm up just a touch here. Still have strength across the board in China names. Roblox slightly green. 10-year yield trying to quietly climb. The spread between the 2 and 10 is starting to diverge again, guys. That spread differential trying to blow out yet again. Gold is still green. VIX is flat. S&P flat. Q's flat. Russell outperforming. So open has now completed a 50% retrace of that whole entire down move reversal candle yesterday. Let's see if it gets a bit of a reversal back down now. So open, if it plays out very similar to that previous pump and dump scenario back here, we should see some rejection right here off of this 50% retrace sweep. Let's see if that is the case this go around. Nvidia still has some top wicks. The Russell 2000 still acting quite well. Very, very strong. Apple still trying to bounce a little bit. S&P seeing a little bit more selling. Been seeing a little bit of selling. IWM SPY still holding steady. Top wicks on the Qs. Nvidia appearing to put in a bit of bearish consolidation. Apple bouncing quite nicely though. Microsoft still down 0.16. Apple only down 0.5% now. Google still struggling. Meta slightly down 0.18. Amazon slightly down. Hood getting slapped around today, guys. Robin Hood needs to be saved. Bit of a bearish formation shaping up here. A nice head and shoulders pattern on your 15-minute chart has triggered for Mr. Robin Hood. Got your bow and arrow. We're going target hunting here. Look at this. 101 target, quick target calculation there. Interesting. Robin Hood looking pretty filthy. But there is an hourly chart bullish pattern that you need to be mindful of as well for a hood. We'll certainly see what wants to shape up there. Are they going to sell open at all? We will see. IWM still strong. SPY still just chopping in the range. Range bound. Silver Junior's doing well. AMD trying to float and grind. HIM's still up 2.33%. Palantir back to the green side, up 0.5%. SMCI still struggling a little bit. SPY looking a little bit more constructive as we are trying to press through this opening range high for the S&P 500. Will there be any sort of profit taking occurring in Nvidia? There was a little bit at the open, but they are buying this dip so far. They're just kind of in a bit of a holding pattern right now. IWM still breaching prior day high. There's a bit of a scalp short here on the Russell. If you're wanting to take the Russell here for a short, I have no issues with that. And then just kind of use, I would say, on a 5-minute close, if we start closing above prior day high here, that would be your stop loss zone. Or actually, your stop loss zone would be right around this pivot. Any sort of a 5-minute close above this pivot, that would be your stop loss. So if you're wanting to short the Russell, that's a pretty high probable trade. Looking very highly probable. I think that should see somewhat of a decline here. SPY is trying to firm up. So again, you might see SPY cues firm up as when the Russell comes in. We'll see if that happens. Come on down, open. That would be nice to see. If open were to give up all of these gains and trigger this head and shoulders, that would be epic. Absolute epic. Still a strong stock as the markets are floating. S&P still trying to get above that OR high. Hasn't been able to do so just yet. Big reversal there on the IWM. That's what I'm talking about. Big reversal down there. SPY getting slightly rejected yet again, but trying to curl up. AMD back up 2%. Trying to hold steady on the Russell. So back to SPY. SPY still trying to get through this opening range, seeing some top wick distribution. IWM trying to float back to the high side. Open is in a holding pattern. Your Dixie's curling slightly lower here. Nvidia pushing here. So we are seeing the cues and Nvidia pushing this market back up. Big Bear AI still seeing some strength, up 2%. Marvell doing well. SOXL doing well. HIMS is doing quite well. Ethereum still up 2.5. HIMS has a really interesting chart pattern here, guys. It looks like a bit of an inverse head and shoulders on your hourly chart pattern. If this can trigger for HIMS, it has a pretty decent upside move. Again, I'm just in common shares here, but HIMS is looking like it potentially could have a double-digit move if it breaks out of this neckline. A move back to $50 would be very, very nice to see. I think that that could happen. SPY's breaking out of its opening range. IWM just printed a new high. We are seeing a bit more liquidity hitting this market today. They're trying to break SPY out. Big punch through on the S&P. Really big punch. IWM, new high. Markets are trying to rip here. AMD catching a sizable bid. Look at the S&P 500 ripping here. Real big push. The US dollar, one of the reasons the market is starting to rip here. Look what's happening to the Dixie. Testing the lows on the US dollar. VIX has gone negative. QQQ leading SPY. SPY is lagging the Qs. Everything is lagging the Russell 2000. Nvidia, a huge stick to the upside for your big bad Nvidia. That is a monster candle to the upside here. Take a look at that thing printing to the upside here for Nvidia, going back up 0.68%. You can't keep it down. It is just a beast. One-way freight train to the upside. People are buying Nvidia even though it has earnings tomorrow. Nvidia's earnings expectation estimate is 46.05 billion. $1, just over $1 in EPS estimate. We will see if that wants to play out. Snapchat up 1%, over 1%. Marvell doing well. SOXL doing well. Palantir is charting a rip. VKTX still under some pressure. HIMS is now up 3% on HIMS. Come on, HIMS. Squeeze it, baby. Squeeze HIMS to the upside. We potentially want to see this inverse head and shoulders trigger. This could actually try to trigger today. That is a clean looking hourly chart pattern. If HIMS can break out of this inverse, we will get paid on our common shares. Come on, HIMS. Punch it. Squeeze it. Squeeze HIMS to the upside. Rigetti, RGTI. Look at that move. Power move on RGTI. Trying to bust through its 7-day moving average. Looking like a filthy, filthy beast. Open right now is seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. Again, let's see if Open gives us that head and shoulders trigger. Very similar move, getting reject off your 50% fib retrace of reversal candle, just like we happened on this decline. That would be epic. If this plays out the same way today and goes negative and triggers, that would be an epic, epic call. Qs are busting through resistance. SPY still holding steady. IWM still a monster right now, pushing to the upside in the Russell 2000. The Russell 2000 is going for that gap fill. Anyone that wants to take a short off of there, that is a better area now that we're pushing into that resistance. But the IWM is looking like a machine right now, punching to the high side and ripping. All indices are printing to the high side right now. Very, very strong price action in the equity market. Very, very strong. S&P 500, a little bit of top wick distribution here for SPY. Running into some 1 minute chart, EMA 113. We'll see if it can hold above that. Bitcoin's turned green, back above 110K for BTC. The volatility in the dollar market is pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. AMD getting a fat stick to the upside. Fat candle on AMD. That is a really fat candle. SPY still holding quite steady here. Open is back under $5, guys. Getting a little bit heavier here on open. We are getting heavier here on Open Door Technologies. Again, potentially shaping up the exact same way as this pump and dump. You had an epic reversal, big retrace, and then a continuation move down. We will see if that wants to occur here. Come on, it's a long shot, but price action does typically like to repeat itself. Or I should say, history doesn't repeat, but it often rhymes. We will see if that is the case for Open Door Technologies. It is giving up quite a bit of gains here. The Russell still acting quite well. NVIDIA, AMD acting quite well. Q's still acting well. A little bit of sell side distribution hitting the tape for SPY. Bum, 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 bum. SPY still holding technical structure at the moment. IWM has a little bit of top wick distribution. We'll see if they want to take this market down and de-risk into NVIDIA earnings a little bit more. Bum, bum, bum. It's now 10:30. No real daily trades for me other than just managing previous positions. Obviously, the one trade we did take was at DPRO for a swing. I do have a short level, but I don't know, it's a little bit higher on SPY. We are doing quite a nice bounce here in the market. AMD, NVIDIA are still pushing, guys. We're still seeing unwavering strength right now. SPY getting a little bit heavier here. So SPY hasn't really confirmed your breakout yet of your opening range. You've had one 5-minute impulse candle through that OR high. This is an aggressive long zone on SPY. Buying this OR high is very aggressive. I'd be more inclined to wait for your PDL. But we will see. Open starting to get a little bit heavier here, guys. A little bit heavier here for open. Come on down. I need some more. I need something to drink here. I need something to drink. You can see SPY still trying to hold that technical structure on the 5-minute chart. IWM is curling down. NVIDIA is still holding steady. AMD still holding steady. Apple still down 0.35%, but significantly off of the lows. Google still down 0.82%, but nicely off of the lows. Meta still slightly negative. Amazon slightly negative. Tesla slightly negative. JP Morgan trying to go green on the tape. Lilly has gotten faded a little bit. SPY right now tagging that OR high, guys. We are tagging that opening range resistance. Open is getting heavier here. Are they going to take open negative? Come on, guys. Look at this potential head and shoulders. And again, we've been telegraphing this analysis just like we had here on this epic pump and dump. That would be crazy. You had this epic reversal candle on open. It was a Monday. Okay? We had an epic reversal candle here on open. It was a Monday. Then the following day, which was Tuesday, open had a big push up through your 50% retrace zone, and then an epic reversal back to the downside, closing down on the tape. What is open doing now? Epic reversal, 50% retrace. Now they're trying to sell open into the ground. Imagine they take it down again. Imagine they trigger this potential head and shoulders. There is a strong possibility of that. Very strong possibility of that. Back under $5. It's still strong on the tape. It's up 7.7. It's not going to go down easy, but when open starts to sell, it starts to sell just like it has these crazy rallies. And open's lucky right now that it has the backdrop of strong Russell 2000 and a strong S&P 500 market. NVIDIA still trying to press a little bit higher. AMD getting slightly rejected off of its a little bit of a 10-minute opening range candle. They're trying to bounce open just a touch here. You can see on the 15-minute chart, open is sitting right slightly below that OR high. There is some support here. We'll see if they can muster up some strength and try to press it back to the high side. Natural gas still down 1.8%. Crude oil has been quietly firming up here on the chart. So look at the nice reversal on crude. This could be a problem for the market. Look at crude oil making a V-shaped recovery, trying to retest those highs. XLE stocks are probably going to start to make red to green reversals. XLE is probably going to go for its gap fill, guys. So trading in energy stocks is probably a very good risk to reward here. XOM, CVX, energy stocks look pretty decent in my opinion for some potential moves back to the high side. But we are seeing crude oil make a really, really stunning push to the high side. Look at that printing of price. Epic, epic, epic. S&P really hasn't reacted yet to crude oil spiking, but if it loses this opening range, that is a bit of a problem. Open door, come on down, open. Come on down, SPY, Russell. Let's take some more liquidity, de-risk this market ahead of the big bad NVIDIA. It'll dampen the expectations. I would not mind them selling this market into NVIDIA earnings. And then what? Would they gap it up? Probably gap it up. If they sell it off into NVIDIA, they probably gap it up. So I'm hoping that they sell it off. And there's a strong chance of that still today, that they sell it off into the close. But for now, Market is technically holding its opening range high on the 10-minute chart. It's a long off of this area for SPY until you start breaking and breaching that area. And you can see it's right on a knife edge right now, this OR high, but technically speaking, as long as we stay above that opening range high, it's a long. If you start losing it, then you kind of need to flip more short. So you can see where it's a battleground right now between the bulls and the bears right off of that opening range. It's a big battleground. IWM getting a little bit heavier. Nvidia seeing some distribution. AMD coming in now, guys. The crude oil is still trying to spike here. Crude is spiking to the upside. Come on, open. Come on down. And again, we did take profits with members on our SMR right at the highs, guys. Look at that decline on SMR. That was an epic exit. We exited our $35 calls for just over 105%. That was a TC options trading alert. We absolutely printed on that call option. Beautiful trade there, and that is starting to come in. A name like Oklo's probably a little extended. Yeah, I mean, getting sold into slightly here. Look at the S&P trying to lose some technical structure here, guys. The S&P is looking a little bit vulnerable. They're trying to defend it off of this 1-minute chart moving average. Crude oil back above 64, still slightly negative on the tape. Bitcoin back above 110, up 0.34. SPY up 0.5%. QQQ up 0.16. IWM up 0.69. NVIDIA up 0.56%. A little bit of distribution for the Russell 2000. Russell 2000 is getting rejected off of its prior day high. So harder selling. Now this is a bit of a bearish environment for SPY. We're back inside this opening range. We could easily go back down to 642 on SPY. Easily. Open trying to hold steady here. What else we got going on? SMCI back to the negative side. PayPal slightly green. VFC up 6.4. TAN up 0.2. GDX up 1.43. SPY losing a little bit here. AMD getting heavy. Crude oil top wicks. It's trying to bounce on the 1-minute chart. AMD and NVIDIA are trying to bounce. SPY continuing to go lower. IWM losing a little bit of momentum here. SPY 642 puts are waking up. Big drop on SPY. We're looking very bearish. So now how you trade this, guys, is you look for a retrace back to OR high, and then it's a continuation short back down. So any sort of a retrace back to this opening range high, that's kind of your stop loss zone, or the 643 EMA is your stop loss on the 1-minute chart. But any sort of a bounce here, it looks like 642 puts should print, guys. 642 puts on SPY look very good. I'm actually considering entering that. I'm going to enter it at a retest of this OR high, guys. Personally speaking. 642 puts I will be taking off of this opening range. My stop loss will be basically any sort of a 2-minute close above this EMA 113. So 643.04 kind of is my stop loss. This is a moving target. So the stop loss right now is in a little bit of a downtrend. So just keep that in mind. But as soon as we retest this OR high, I'm going to look for 642 0DT puts. And I'm going to keep the size down just because they may just chop us around for the remainder of the day. But I'm going to size down on this trade. Come on down, open. Nvidia trying to perk back up. AMD trying to grind back higher. Come on, give me an entry, SPY. Give me an entry. I will take an entry. All right, guys, SPY is coming up. All right, guys, I took a starter position there. I'm in SPY puts. Again, my stop loss is this EMA. I'm looking for 2 consecutive candle closes above that EMA. 113. Okay. Trying to perk this back higher a little bit. AMD still acting well. There's a nice reversal. Nice reversal back down. Come on. Trigger this 1-minute head and shoulders. IWM still acting well. Nvidia trying to press here a little bit. Nice melting of price so far. Come on. Take us back down. Nice decline. Come on, SPY. Come on down. Trigger this 1-minute head and shoulders, guys. Come on. Take us down. Melt us. Nvidia still acting well. AMD acting well. Apple's still trying to push. Google's getting heavier here, though. Come on, SPY. Retest our OR low. Come on, SPY. Come on down. Come on down. Break that head and shoulders. There's going to be a little bit of support at PDL here. But I'm looking for an impulse candle through to take first trim. We get an impulse candle on the 1-minute chart through this PDL level, guys. I'm going to look to trim, okay? Half of the position. Again, a big bar down. If we get that or a little bit of an impulse down, I will look to trim. So just be ready. Here we go. Puts are waking up. Come on, a little bit more, a little bit more. Don't bounce it there. Give us a break. through that neckline. Here we go. Come on, give us a break. Ah, they're bouncing a little bit here. Come on, you know you're a little weaker today. Nvidia coming through a little bit of distribution. AMD still trying to bounce. Crude oil softening a little bit, which is why SPY is catching a bit of a bid here. Come on, give me an impulse down. Big bounce on SPY right back to that OR high. Still just chopping around. Open is still struggling a little bit here. Looking a little bit distributive. IWM's trying to bounce off of its OR high. QQQ still trying to push here. So a very large divergence starting to appear between the Qs and SPY. A little bit of other broad market participants are seeing sell side pressure. Tesla is still slightly negative. Meta, Amazon have turned green. Nvidia up 0.91%. Nvidia is still pressing. So this is a tough short because Nvidia, here goes open, guys. Open is starting to see some extra volatility. I like it. I like it a lot. How much volume is open trading today? 172 million shares already for open. It's a pretty decent amount of volume. Come on down, open. Come on down, SPY. Give it to us. IWM looking a little bit heavier here, but the problem is Nvidia and AMD are still keeping this market somewhat elevated here. Potential head and shoulders on opens chart here, guys. Hasn't triggered yet. But we will see if that wants to trigger. Come on, SPY. Give us a flush. Again, any sort of an impulse breakdown candle through this PDL, that is a trim zone. Second target is your TP1 right at 642, guys. So IWM coming in a little bit, getting slightly rejected here. Nvidia is still trying to press. Nvidia is keeping the S&P from selling off here. Nice decline in SPY. Come on, come on, a little bit more. SPY, break that neckline. Trigger that head and shoulders and break that neckline. This is our one indice trade that we're taking today, and I've been patient with it. Come on, they say patience is rewarded. Come on, SPY. Give us a move. Give us a move. I'm gonna stand up for this shit. Nvidia is still acting quite well. Apple still acting quite well off of that gap fill low. Microsoft still under pressure. Google still under pressure. Come on, SPY. Give us a knife through. IWM's catching a little bit of a bid. Nvidia still acting quite well. Slightly below its prior day high. QQQ still acting quite well. You have crude oil softening just a touch here. SPY's looking a little bit choppy in this range. Again, any sort of a breakdown of this head and shoulders, we look to trim our 642 puts. You kind of lost that opening range low. It is trying to hold steady right now. Come on, SPY, knife it. Keeping this market in a very tight range in the near term. Let's see if we can get a breakdown. The Russell 2000 still holding, but slightly under its opening range high. Nvidia still acting well. AMD still acting well. QQQ seeing a little bit of distribution. Come on, SPY, break us down. Qs are looking a little bit heavier here. Qs have broken out of its opening range high, so acting more bullish, but they've only got one 10-minute breakout candle. They haven't confirmed it just yet. But you are getting some firming up in price. IWM trying to catch a little bit of liquidity. AMD curling slightly lower here. IWM still at 0.6%. SPY still acting well. Nvidia catching more liquidity. What else do we have? 2-year note auction, that's at 1 o'clock. AMD curling slightly lower. Apple still trying to bounce here. Google still looking heavy. Meta trying to curl to the downside. Amazon trying to push up. Tesla trying to bottom a little bit. Microsoft still looks like it wants new lows for MSFT. SPY's trying to bounce here. We are just in a choppy range for SPY. Still at that OR high. They're trying to push it through. Nvidia seeing a little bit of distribution. AMD trying to push up a little bit. Again, crude has softened. Apple starting to really try to make a move back higher here, testing its opening range high. Our SPY's trying to punch through. Here comes the resistance zone on SPY. Recapturing that OR high for the S&P. Might get stopped out here. SPY is testing that stop loss region. So it's trying to bust through that EMA 113. SPY's looking a little bit more bullish here. So this next 1 minute candle decides my fate. If we get a close above that area in 39 seconds, I will stop out. As of now, you're still seeing a bit of distribution. I'm still holding. Big rejection there on the S&P. Nice job there, Bart. Amazing. SPY hard rejection. So we're still riding this short trade. Or I'm still riding the short trade. Never stopped me out there. Trade is basically flat. SPY's still just chopping. Choppy, choppy, choppy. SPY's still just a battleground at EMA 113. It's a real battleground. If this is a failed breakout here, it's going to be a nasty decline into the 642, and we could even try to take out the low of day on S&P if that occurs. SPY, come on down. Open is starting to fall, guys. Open is getting heavy. Let's go, SPY. Come on. Here we go. Same thing. Impulse candle through this PDL, guys, is first trim. Come on, SPY. Or flat. I want some profits on this trade. Look at it. Here we go. Volume was heavy there on the S&P 1-minute chart. A very strong uptick in volume. Crude oil falling sharply here. Natural gas trying to make a bit of a red to green reversal. Nat gas looking a little bit more firm here on the tape. Come on, SPY, give it to us. Break us down. They're just stubborn right now. Nvidia top wicks, AMD curling slightly lower. Apple seeing a bit of reversal down. Microsoft still down 0.3. Google looking like it wants new lows. Here we go, guys. Come on. Break us, S&P. Break us down. Puts are waking up. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on. Come on, SPY. Give us that break and trigger. Just give it to us. Notice how we never ever got a 2-minute close above there? We got a 1-minute wick, reversal. They are trying to tighten up these algos. Look at SPY. Here we go. Come on. Impulse candle down. Impulse candle down, guys. We're getting some lower prints. Come on. Break that neckline. You know you want to. You know you want to. Don't bounce again. You know you want to break it. Wow, they are stubborn with this level, man. They are so stubborn. They're a little snaky, though. They're probably going to sell into that liquidity again. Open is trickling lower. Come on, SPY. Break this level. Nvidia curling down here. IWM trying to curl up. Wow, look at that bounce on the S&P 500. That is a friggin' monster. Right off of that support. We've hammered once, twice, 3 times, 4th times. That's crazy. What a bounce there. Back to OR high. There must be so many people just piling in on the short side right as we're looking for a breakdown, and they rip it back up. And then people piling in on the long side looking for a breakout, and then they put it back down. So they're chopping this market up and down. Crude oil has saw a nasty decline, so crude giving up pretty much all of its gains, which is actually supportive for the market, believe it or not. Look at that dump on crude. This is the wild price action we're seeing in the market today. It is a filthy, filthy move. Filthy move. Open is starting to get a little bit heavier here. IWM still trying to press. Nvidia curling down. Apple curling up. Crude pushing down. AMD has some top wicks. Microsoft looking heavy. Google still looking heavy. Come on, open. Give us the flush. Give us the flush on open. IWM really big bounce. So still waiting for this S&P 500 to break down here. It's almost a few times here. Still getting rejected off of that OR high. You just need to be patient. And again, that stop loss is a lowering of stop loss, so at least our spread is tightening up here. Big bounce on the Russell. IWM shooting back to the high side here. Crude oil just absolutely getting smoked here, guys. Look at crude. My oh my. Blistering to the downside. Crude oil getting slapped on something. I don't know if there's news there on crude or if that's just a technical. But crude getting slapped. That is a filthy decline. 7-day moving average is your next bigger support level. That's sitting at a Pierce of 63 bucks. But that is getting slapped right now. I don't know if there's news on crude. EU rejects Trump's claim of unfair digital rules targeting U.S. tech. ExxonMobil to reconfigure key Baytown. Nothing there. Yeah. Just really. But crude getting pummeled here. I'm surprised the S&P hasn't actually caught a bid. Nothing yet that I'm seeing across my news feed. SPY still printing to the downside. Let's go, SPY. Drop it. Pay us. Pay us. Again, impulse move through prior day low. That is our sell side profit target. We are getting Nvidia curling down. We're getting AMD curling down. IWM still holding steady. Apple still holding quite steady. But a big drop on crude. Crude's now down 1.93% on the tape. S&P still trying to hold this key little neckline open, catching a bit of a bid. Natural gas still struggling. Dow Jones is back to the negative side. S&P just hanging on. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Come on, break this neckline on SPY. Break it. Nvidia looking a little bit heavier. They're teasing us. They're teasing us. Come on. Impulse candle down on SPY. Break it. Break it. You've hammered on this neckline now 4 times. Just break it already. Here we go, guys. Come on. Puts. Puts are waking up. This is one choppy session in this market. I mean, look at this range that we've just been chopping in. This is an algo range, but we're still looking at these 642 SPY puts. We are up on the trade, but we've been patient on this one. We've been up and down 10, 15%, 20% here and there. We have our risk defined, which is this 2-minute close above our EMA 113. But I'm still looking for an impulse move down. Come on. This freaking IWM is just holding things steady right now. Google still down 1.21%. Tesla back to the negative side. Amazon slightly green. Oh, SPY, you're killing me, SPY. Just break this neckline. Give us an impulse waterfall move down already. You freaking nastiness. Let's look at the Qs here. Qs are still seeing a little bit of selling. Crude oil still looking pretty heavy here. I'm surprised that SPY hasn't caught a bid with crude just dumping here. Dixie dumping. So this is a little bit of a bearish divergence I'm witnessing in SPY. The fact that crude and the dollar have dumped and SPY hasn't made a reversal, that is looking good. Here we go. Puts are waking up. Come on. Give us a waterfall through PDL. This market is just teasing us today. Just absolutely teasing us today. Come on. Apple still acting well. Microsoft still trying to hold that opening. There's an impulse candle. We're getting a little heavier here, guys. Come on. TP1's coming up. Come on. Knife through PDL. Knife it. Here we go, guys. Waterfalling. Impulse candle. There's TP1, guys. There's TP1. Trimmed half at 59 cents. Trimmed half. It's exactly what I was looking for. Now we move stops to break even. Hey, the man. Thank you very much. Beautiful little trade, guys. Beautiful trade. That was amazing. Open, still hanging in there. That was exactly what we were looking for. An impulse move down, right through PDL. Put that TP level there to a T. That's a nice little banger. Now we got some runners on the table in the event that the 642s want to get in the money. Next target is just ahead of that 642 zone. So SPY is looking a little bit better, but nice win there. So that was a really good SPY trade, guys. Really good SPY trade. Again, stop loss for me is break even. But we got the dump that we wanted. And again, this is a choppy market, so the fact that we were able to get an index trade is pretty amazing. Just be careful with this zone here. Again, my stop loss at 45 cents, which is really going to test. If it pushes through this wick, then it's going to stop me out for just a break even. But that's why you put break evens in place. IWM still trying to push. AMD curling down though. Look at AMD. AMD's getting heavy here, guys. AMD looks like it's going for that. Alright, guys, I got stopped out on my runners there, break even. But that is a-okay. I'm all out of my SPY put options. That is a winning trade. AMD's looking pretty heavy here. Big bounce on SPY. Look at that ripper. Negating that head and shoulders on the 1 minute chart. Wow. They are filthy beasts. I'm tempted to short it off of this EMA again. We now have a wedge pattern that we can use. And I would consider shorting it. Let me just look at a couple of the things here. Alright, it looks like they're going to try to sweep this candle here. This is crazy price action, guys. This is actually crazy. Alright, so my next trade idea. You know what? I'm going to take some lunch. I'm hungry. I made money there. We'll just see what happens. But the next trade idea that I have on watch is basically if we sweep this high pivot, I'm going to look for a short inside this region. The stop loss and risk is a 2-minute close above this EMA 113. So that's the next little short idea, but that was a beautiful little trade that we caught there. And you do have another wedge pattern from these lows. AMD is really struggling here, so it looks like does look like this market's going to come under more pressure, specifically around semiconductors. Look at how heavy AMD is getting. AMD is again the strongest SOXX. Sorry, the heaviest SOXX position. Look at the rejection on SPY. That is a harsh sell side candle down. Hard candle down. Take us down. NIO still pumping to the high side. That is crazy move on NIO. Look at the breakdown on SPY. Huge breakdown. AMD's looking heavy, guys. Very, very heavy. Still gonna watch the charts, more coffee, more food, and we'll see what happens here.
closer. Mm. I am longing for closure, and I'm wondering why. No, no matter what I do, I keep on falling for you. And it's hard to get over such a beautiful lie when I still want you closer. Mm. I am longing for closure, and I'm wondering why. No, no matter what I do, I keep on falling for you. sleep, I'm calling you to ask you, do you still love me? I woke up, felt deep, I'm wondering, can you say I do still love you? What's wrong with my head? I keep doubting that you don't love me the same way I love you. Should I go to bed? Can you give me a clue? Leave you out of my head, drag me out of the blue. 'Cause I just miss you so much. I lost my self-control, yeah, and I can't help from falling into you. 'Cause you take me higher, dancing in the pink clouds, make me brighter, forget about my dark doubts. We kept the faith, we kept the faith. 'Cause you take me higher. I know myself well, I know the reaction due to. Oh yeah, a missed call or two. I'm thinking now, have I lost you as well? 'Cause I can't help from falling into you. 'Cause you take me higher, dancing in the pink clouds, make me brighter, forget about my dark doubts. We kept the faith, we kept the faith. 'Cause you take me higher. You take me higher. 'Cause you take me higher. Dancing in the pink clouds, dancing in the pink clouds. We kept the faith, we kept the faith. Take me higher. Forget about my dark doubts. We kept the faith, we kept the faith. 'Cause you take me higher. Yeah. 'Cause you take me higher. 'Cause you take me higher. I just miss you so much. I lost my self-control, yeah, and I can't help from falling into you. It's been a while, it's been a while, but I'm coming out of my shell. And I never thought I would fall in love with someone just like you. And nobody here now, I hear you calling out, I hear you calling out for love. And nobody here now, but I hear you calling out, I hear you calling out for love. And I hear you calling, and I hear you calling, no, no, no. And I hear you calling, no, no, no. with the rising sun. Whispers in the dark, a battle to be won. My eyes wide open, heart starts to pound. In the time of darkness, fear makes a sound. When the sun descends and the shadows creep, whispers in the dark coming from the deep. Whispers in the dark, a challenge and a call. Break through the fear, let us stand tall. Through the darkest nights, we'll face every fear. Whispers in the dark are always here. My eyes wide open, heart starts to pound. In the time of darkness, fear makes a sound. When the sun descends and the shadows creep, whispers in the dark coming from the deep. Whispers in the dark, a challenge and a call. Break through the fear, let us stand tall. Through the darkest nights, we'll face every fear. Whispers in the dark are always here. Such a beautiful lie. When I still want you closer. I am longing for closure, and I'm wondering why. No matter what I do, I keep on falling for you. Such a beautiful lie. When I still want you closer. I am longing for closure, and I'm wondering why.